Good morning and welcome. That's loud, but we'll sort that out. Good morning. Good morning and welcome to UKBC 2023. Your camera's working. That's good. Right. Sorry for the slight delay. At the moment, we've got a screen not working, but that's fine. That one's working. We will be streaming live on YouTube, and it's good to see a good number of people here already. So we are just about to start. We're going to get underway with our first competitor, and we'll have a little chat on the other side. But for now, representing Black Cat Coffee, Jean! And let's bring on the judges.
Start and finish time.
Of course.
Good
So
luck.
just like say time.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool, perfect. Ooh. Cool. Are we ready? Time. Good morning. My name is Jean. I'm the owner and barista at the new independent coffee shop, the Black Cat Coffee Club. And today I'm going to be serving both of my courses around the theme celebration. And I hope that it's not too early to throw a party. And today I have also taken a leap of faith to have chosen a humble, sustainable, affordable, and accessible bean. It's a single origin bean from Ethiopia, from a Denisha washing station in the Guji region. It's the Gibberina and Serto variety, harvested 2,000 meters above the sea level, then naturally processed. And I really hope that I can do this bean justice today, because it's really, really tasty. So for the espresso drink, I'll be using 19 grams in and 38 grams out. Just a simple 1:2 ratio. Just touch the magic drop. So this espresso will come out with a medium weight and a juicy mouthfeel. And in this espresso, you will taste strawberry, mango, and have the chocolate finish. So this coffee means a lot to us because this is kind of the drink that we aim to provide to our customer on a day-to-day basis. So before judges, you enjoy the espresso, I'm going to come around and serve it 5 times for you, while at the same time you can enjoy the fruity aroma in the air. And please look at the beautiful crema on the top before you take your first sip, and please enjoy. So I'm going to get started with preparing the meal beverage. And this coffee is called Pivot by its roasters, because we believe that this coffee is perfect for pivoting between different recipes. And for the meal beverage, I'm actually going to use a slightly bolder dose and yield ratio. So this time, I'll be looking into still 19 grams in, but I will have 30 grams out instead. Because a shorter yield allows the espresso base to have a sweeter taste and a silkier texture. It also allows the coffee flavor to stand out more in the milk. And for the meal today, I have chosen a full-fat milk from a local farm. And it's a family farm, and they have been supplying high-quality milk to local coffee shops for decades. And I feel like today, I'm really honored to bring my coffee community together with me today in the competition. I'll be steaming the milk now, and I'll be at your table shortly. For the milk, I'm aiming to steam to around 55 degrees. Which I think it's a good temperature for this milk-based drink that is already ready to drink. And this coffee, I call it a celebration drink. We now have a creamy texture. Medium to heavy mouthfeel. And extremely silky. And now with the milk, the tasting profile now got elevated to strawberry yogurt, mango lassi, and with a milk chocolate finish. The reason why I call this 2 courses celebration, because I believe that everything built at this point is all worth celebrating for. I really want to celebrate the coffee farms that we've been working with, that they really give great care to the coffee cherries. I really want to celebrate our roasters that always roast our beans to the max potentials. And I also want to celebrate with my fellow coffee shop owners and baristas that bring coffee, specialty coffee to the communities. And today is a testimony for the great drink and the service that we aim to provide to our customer on a day-to-day basis. And thank you for having me today, and really hope they enjoy both courses, and really hope to see you all very soon. Thank you, and that's time.
Big round of applause. If you want to come round, you can scoot around this way. It's done. How do you feel?
I feel a bit unreal. Is it like real? Yeah, I had a really good time. It's really good. Yeah, thank you.
Well, you certainly seem to enjoy the experience. You look great on the stage.
Thank you.
Ethiopian Guji.
Yes, yes.
So
it's my personal favorite, so it's an honor.
People who know me know that I love kind of 2 things: African coffees and funky naturals. So right up my street. I didn't get to taste it.
I'll make you one afterwards.
That's fine. Cool. But yeah, so tell us a little bit about Black Cat.
So Black Cat is basically, I always say it's a dream to open my own coffee shop. Mm-hmm. And then I think COVID made me feel like if I don't do it now, like I probably, when I'm going to do it. And I got 2 Black Cats at home, so I feel like they're the real bosses. So I feel like just to bring them with me. Well, they're not in a shop, they hate people, so. But yeah, so that's why I had a shop, yes.
Oh, very nice.
Yes.
So, so you talked about the flavor notes of when it changed to milk, becoming strawberry yogurt, mango lassi. Sounds really delicious.
Yeah,
So,
yes.
So hopefully. How's the judges doing? All good? We'll just let the judges.
Thank you very
say
much.
goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
So it's always tricky being first up, but the good news is that you've now finished. That's it. And the other good news is, look, you get a team to clean the machine.
Ooh,
for you.
yeah, what a
So,
treat.
you know, which is always good. So you can go and relax a little bit. It's maybe a bit early for a beer, but you know.
Well, I will have a lot of coffee today and
Yeah.
hot stare at other people. No, joking.
But cool. Give another big London round of applause for Jean. Black
Thank you.
Cap.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank
You
you.
can go and relax.
Thank you.
That way. Cool. Okay, so we should get back on track. Sorry, we're a little bit delayed, and hi to all the people on YouTube. I would like to extend a big thank you to our not only Gold Machine sponsor, LaCimbali, but also for hosting us here. So providing these amazing M200s, but also this venue. We've got lots of space, and this is where the finals are going to be on the 31st of March and the 1st of April. The tickets for that I don't think are online yet, but we will post those this week, and we'll get those on so you can come along to that and book in. We're going to do a few things similar to what we did last year in terms of the heats, the finals, where we will actually get the baristas, the top 6 finalists, to brew their coffee after they've presented. And so we'll get people who come along to be able to taste it, which is great. So, but that will be on the finals day. We'll also get other few bits of interactive stuff, so it's really going to be worth coming along as well as viewing online. But what we will do as well very quickly is Alex is going to show us how the top 14 looks at the moment. Cool. So, sorry we're not on 2 screens at the moment. We're going to try and fix that. But this is how we look. Now, bear in mind, we announced this year for the first time from the first heat that the winner of each of the heats gets a golden ticket. So, irrespective of what happens with the scoring, the winner of each heat is guaranteed to go through. And they are our 4 winners at the moment. So Vag from Manchester, Aaron last week in Glasgow, Christian Chichester, and Zoe from Cardiff. So whoever wins the heat today, guaranteed to go through, whatever the score is. And then the remaining 9 places will be made up of the score rankings. Okay, but they have a golden ticket guaranteed to go through, which is absolutely wonderful. But it's down to the 14 competitors today to disrupt that leaderboard. So we will see how that leaderboard changes during the day as we go on. Well, we'll see at the end. But yeah, we are in for an amazing day of competition. So stay online and stay around here. And if you're in and around this area, then do pop in and enjoy. We're going to play some music, and we'll be back in about 10-15 minutes with our next competitor. See you then.
Okay. Hello, hello. All right, we're ready for our next competitor. So, next up, big round of applause. We've got Zak Osman from Gather and Gather. All right, let's welcome on our judges. Good luck, Zak.
Thank you. Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you. Hiya. Thank you. Pleasure to meet you.
I'm a head judge.
Brilliant. Tech dodge, yeah, sure.
Yeah, take your time. When you're ready to start.
Brilliant.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Tech, just a quick one. So, for cloths, this will be for drip tray.
Cool.
Emergency cloth for any drainage of the spouts, just in case. Service, milk steam wand, and I'm going to be using 2 grip handles. So grip number 1 for espresso and 1 for milk, and that's it.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you. How are you guys? Is everyone doing all right? Bro. Time. Good morning, judges. My name is Zakaria Osman from London. I'm a barista. I've been a barista for over 5 years. My journey first started at Well Grounded back in 2017, where I first discovered a safe space for me in the specialty coffee industry. Here I am today, standing as a proud barista for Gather and Gather, and for the very first time competing in UK Barista Championships. So I'll be doing for you guys 2 courses, for espresso and for milk. More on the recipe later. What I've learned about the coffee straight away is the roast. The roast is the bulba variety anaerobic fermentation process produced by Kosharu Cooperative in Prano from Rwanda. And the reason I've chosen for this coffee, because from the minute I tasted it, I was like, yep, I'm going to drink it straight away. So I hope you enjoy it whilst I move on to the espresso course. So for my recipe, I'm going to use the same recipe for both milk and espresso at 19 grams dose, 45 grams yield, with a brewing temperature of 92 degrees. Oh, and I forgot to mention, for the coffee, I've chosen the development. So the development, it was developed at 17%, and it was an exit temperature of 205 degrees Celsius. So judges, for the espresso I've chosen, it has the low to medium bitterness of molasses, high acidity of blueberry, ripe blueberry, and the high sweetness of golden raisin. For the tactile experience, you identify medium body, smooth texture, and a short sweet finish. Please stir the espresso 10 times and leave your dirty spoon on the bowl beside you, and please enjoy it while I move on to the milk course for you. But before I get into that, you guys have to stay hydrated. What's the point of having coffee if you're not hydrated? as I mentioned, judges, earlier, for the milk course, I'll be using the same recipe. But the only difference for this particular coffee with the milk is the flavor notes. So for the milk, the flavor notes is rum and raisin ice cream, milk chocolate, and apricot. The coffee to milk ratio is 1:5, coffee to milk. And the milk I've chosen is Braid's Farm, as I believe with the balance of the protein and fats, it will complement the drink together. You don't have to stir the coffee this time. Please enjoy as it is. Judges, I hope you enjoy it as much as I have, and I'd like to thank you all for your time, and we hope to see you again soon. Time. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Sorry.
Congratulations, that was amazing.
Ooh.
There's our little
Oh, yeah,
line
little
that
line.
we're supposed to stand on. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was a really good experience.
Yeah.
I fully enjoyed it, actually. Like, I was literally trying to get everything nailed on, but otherwise, I really enjoyed it.
It seemed super, super smooth. And your first time competing, what made you decide that you wanted to compete this year?
It was one of those where I've been in the business for a long time, and it was going to get to that point where I would love to give it a go. And I was
Yeah.
inspired by other baristas in the industry as well. And what made me help me be in this business
Yeah.
in that situation now is my move to UCL, one of the gather sites I'm in.
Yeah.
And it's unlocked more more sort of coffee-related events.
Oh, sick.
And I feel that's what inspired me in the end.
Amazing. And, I wanted to ask you about the rum and raisin ice cream tasting note. That sounded amazing. Is that your favourite ice cream flavour?
Not that I drink alcohol, but I do like ice cream. That's
Yeah.
how it is. So like, but no, literally, going through the taste notes. I was at training for 2 weeks, and literally, like, I went with not myself. I agreed with everything, but like the coffee that I bought that I had literally was like very, very exotic.
Yeah.
And I got to that point where I was like, yeah, I'll just stick with it basically because of the creaminess and
Amazing.
the mouthfeel. So
I
that's
mean,
how.
it sounded incredible. Should we say goodbye to our judges?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you tell us a little bit more about what Well Grounded do? Because I know you started off with them.
So Well Grounded is a social enterprise. So basically they train people who are unemployed to
Yeah.
become professional specialty coffee baristas.
Awesome.
So I did a SCA accredited program
Yeah.
course with them, which is a foundation course with them as part of the training. And I did, it was 8 weeks I did it with them.
Yeah.
So, and basically they've rediscovered my confidence again, having been through almost 2 years with who are unemployed. And what inspired me to this journey was the massive support from the team and
Yeah.
everyone connected. So
It's great. I think it's great what they do.
it is
Really,
absolutely.
really awesome.
And I'd like
So
to
yeah, big shout out to them.
definitely, I'd like to say a massive thank you to them.
Yeah.
I'd also like to thank everyone from Coffee Block
Yeah.
for being amazing with me. They have been very supportive throughout the training and throughout this process. I also like to thank everyone from Gather and Gather
Yeah.
and my friends and family for this amazing support. Once again, without their support and this inspiration, I wouldn't be where I am today.
Yeah. Amazing. And one last thing I loved from your routine was the reminder to drink water.
Yeah.
That was so good. Hydration is key.
It is. No, but it's true. I mean, that comes from experience for myself. I mean, I never experienced much coffee shakes, but there's been times where I haven't been hydrated enough.
Yeah.
And it also helps with the palate as well.
It does.
That's how it is as well. So like, it helps me more in a sense because most of this preparation for the training was more sort of sensory side.
Yeah.
So like, it wasn't like, you could pick a coffee straight away and do like any other competition you've done in the past. It's completely different. It's a completely different ball game.
So many bits that go into it, aren't there?
Absolutely.
Well done. You absolutely smashed it.
Brilliant.
We have one last round of applause for Zach.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well done, man. You can go relax now.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Good job, good job. Okay, so on the subject of water, just want to give a shout out to Brita, our water sponsor. We got Gary somewhere.
Thank you.
Where is Gary?
Thank you, Richard.
Somewhere,
Thank
busy
you.
doing water things. But he's been making sure that we've got consistent filtered water for all the events. So big shout out to them for what they do. And yeah, that's it for now. We'll be back in about 20-ish minutes with our next competitor. Bye.
Just a little housekeeping announcement, guys. So if you are a competitor or a coach, you should have signed in on the iPad in the Slayer room, which is there, but is going to go back there. If you're a guest and you've registered on Eventbrite, you need to check in by the Grumpy Mule stand. Okay. If you haven't registered on Eventbrite, then register on Eventbrite. But competitors and coaches, do make sure that you've signed in. Cool. And any staff who've, for lack of a better word, who's not signed in, you need to sign in on the LaCimbali iPads. Cool. Apart from that, toilets are just through this door. That's another housekeeping. Apart from that, we're all good, and see you shortly. clipboard, just to remind myself. Hello and welcome back to UKBC 2023. We're almost getting a little bit excited. It is great to be here in this venue. Our next competitor will be up very shortly. But if I can just have your attention. Few points of housekeeping. First and foremost, the toilets are just through that door there. Ladies first on the left, and the gentleman's bathroom is second on the left. Yep, that's the one. If you haven't signed in, if you're a competitor or a coach, you need to just go through to the prep area, sign in, and on the iPad. If you are here as a guest and have registered via Eventbrite, then if you check in over by the lovely Grumpy Mule team, they will check you in on that iPad, just so we got a different one. And also, the best thing about doing that one is they'll make you a coffee as well. So big thank you and round of applause to Grumpy Mule. Who have definitely kept us caffeinated during 4 heats. Most amount of heats that we've done for a while that I can ever remember for BC. So fantastic. Anyway, without further ado, we are going to introduce Alex representing Caravan Coffee Roasters. I'm just going to run over here. We will have a little chat on the other side, but for now, let's welcome in the judges.
Hey mate, how are you? Thank you. Thank you. Hey, hello. Hi, thank you.
Hey, how are you?
Not too bad yourself?
Be a head judge.
Amazing.
Any questions or instructions?
Oh, it's gonna be how it's gonna be, isn't it? You know.
Just give me a clear start and finish time.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah. Cheers, mate. Cool. We all good? Ready? Feeling ready? Need more coffee? All right, and time. Hey gang, my name is Alex. I'm here today to present the work of Miguel Forrado, Finca El Phoenix, and Raw Material. Finca El Phoenix is a community washing station and training center located 1,800 meters above sea level in Quindío, Colombia. Initially founded to provide improved access to the specialty market through offering improved processing to local producers, as the needs of the community evolved, so too did the focus of El Phoenix. Today is pivoted towards community training and innovations in processing that can be used to benefit producer livelihoods across the globe. So crack on and make your espressos. To fund the build of El Phoenix, Miguel and the team at Raw Material ran a Kickstarter in 2016. And through this, Caravan paid for 9 plots of 1,000 trees each to be planted in the variety garden. And the results of this, dear friends, is what we'll be drinking today. Now, the espresso notes, and you can write these down. You're going to find a bright and winey acidity like Beaujolais. A complex floral aroma like yuzu and white tea. In the cup, you'll find a high sweetness with notes of blood orange, sloe gin, plum jam, and a rich and fruity finish like 70% Madagascan dark chocolate. The texture will be slick to juicy with a low to medium weight. Now I've taken 2 of the lots, both Gesha, and blended them together. 3/4 washed to 1/4 natural. The complex citric and floral top notes of the washed coffee balanced by the big, chewy sweetness of the natural. Now, both coffees had roughly an 8-minute 30 roast with a 17% development and cooler end temperature for the wash coffee for increased complexity, and a 15% development, but hotter end temperature for increased sweetness with the natural. So I'm just going to ask you to evaluate the crema. I'm going to hold these down. Come down a little bit. So, judges, please, when you have your chance, stir and savor a coffee that was 6 years in the making. Please enjoy. Lovely. Oh, goodness. So, judges, when you're ready, for the milk drink, we can write these notes down. Now, the citric and fruity notes of that espresso are going to become... Lovely. Going to be white chocolate orange, Earl Grey tea, tonka bean, and there's going to be a note of summer berries lingering in the finish. The way I'm going to achieve that is by using a blend of 70% freeze-distilled, semi-skimmed milk with 30% whole milk. The result is ultra-sweet, but lower fat, which complements the complexity and acidity of the Gesha blend without smothering it. And I should note that I've used a recipe of 18 grams in and 40 grams out with a time of 30 seconds for both courses. Now, the lots were processed using a method developed by Miguel El Phoenix, the anoxic process, which is kind of like a wet fermentation with a water pillow placed on top to keep the coffee submerged. This is interesting. It's a bit like a fermentation wave. If you've ever made sauerkraut or kimchi at home, it allows them to keep the temperature cool and stable, prevents oxygen exchange, which allows fermentations that can enhance fruit forward and sweet flavors. Oh my goodness. Wow, that's some shakes. Apologies for the latte art. Kind of trippy. So this enhances fruit forward flavors. The key thing about this is it's scalable. It can be adapted cheaply to existing washing station infrastructure, unlike expensive steel tank or barrel-based anaerobic systems, which allows producers to get an increased return on cup score without taking any expensive capital risks. So Miguel and El Phoenix. El Phoenix, the phoenix rising from the ashes. What a metaphor for hope and resilience, of innovation and recovery. Something I think we can all stand to take hope to heart from these troubled times. So, enjoy your very avant-garde latte art. And I'm just going to clean up. Well, I've still got some time. And a wee splash more water if you need. Lovely, thank you. And you know what? Thanks so much, guys. Time.
Big round of applause for Alex from Caravan Coffee Roasters. Alex, do you want to come round here?
Absolutely. Rob, how are you doing?
How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Not too bad at all. Mega shakes on the milk, though.
Just ask you
I
to
stand
stand on your spot.
on the spot.
There
Do
you
me to crouch or go?
That is fine, you know.
Yeah.
Nice height difference,
there you
it's
go.
fine. Yeah, so you had created a blend
Yep.
as well,
Yep.
which is really interesting because we're seeing blends come back
Yeah.
much more. So where did you start thinking that's what I'm going to do?
Oh, I think from the very start, we had 4 different lots come in from the Kickstarter lots this year. So we had a wash and natural for the Gesha, wash and natural for Pink Bourbon, and a wash tabby. And I actually took 3 of the. I always knew I was going to do a wash natural blend. It just felt like it. It felt like a sort of like this feels like a natural thing to do. There's some really interesting things going on with both, but I feel like they could be better together. So I actually have to give a special thanks to Nick Maybe at Assembly Coffee, who actually let me use their 15-kilo loring, because we've got a 70 kilo. So roasting these really special lots, so it was really nice to have a chance to do a couple different permutations. And so I took the wash and natural Gesha and the natural paper bond there, did 3 roasts of each. So that's a total of, if you have 3 coffees, 3 different roasts, it's a total of 511 different possible permutations. So it took a little bit of figuring out what was going to be the best to serve in the day. But we got there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm a big fan of blends, and I think it's really like it is interesting how it's come back. And you know, I'm a big fan of whiskies and wines.
Absolutely.
And even single malt is a blend.
Exactly, and a blend of the different casks and stuff. So there's definitely a place for blended whiskey, definitely a place for single malts, and there's definitely.
Just like you say goodbye to the judges.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you. Cheers, Phil. Thank you. Yeah, and of course, Caravan, we've always done blends. We've always stood by our blends. I believe we buy quite well and put a lot of effort into roasting the blends well. So it's definitely just as much care as we put into sourcing and roasting the single origins. So,
yeah, and I think that there definitely was a time a number of years ago where blends were a bad word, and I just think if they're done right, it's about adding layers of complexity.
Yeah.
And you know, the flavor characteristics that you said, you know, kind of acidity like Beaujolais and all of these characteristics that, you know, again, picking up on the wine thing.
Yeah.
But it is creating those layers of, you know, like a good Chablis or things like that. It's just phenomenal.
Yeah.
So, you know, very, very interesting. Shame I couldn't taste it. However, if you get through to the semi-finals, then I get another opportunity.
Well, actually, one thing on that. So this is I think a good point for competition there, is that this year I've not bought any new things for it. I either used previous stuff or stuff sort of cobbled up from the roastery. And in terms of making this low waste, all the competition coffee will be served soon enough on our roastery brew bar. So the exact same roast that was in the hopper there will be on the bar and available at the exact same price that it would be for any normal espresso we have there.
So, yeah, go along to Caravan Roastery, and then you can check that. Another round of applause for Alex. You can go and relax now, get sorted out. We are going to be back in around about 10-15 minutes. We have got a full day of competitors. But I do want to thank our alternative milk sponsor, Oatly, for partnering with us ahead of new rules coming in as well. So that's fantastic. Do stay tuned for new rules next year. We'll see you shortly. Bye.
Okay, we're ready. Hello, hello. Woo! Love this energy. Amazing. Okay, so just a small thing. It's a little bit distracting for the competitors when we got people chatting in the back during the routine. So in the nicest way, can you shush for just 7 minutes? Thank you. Cool. So next up from Gail's Bakery, we've got Stefania Teodora. Let's welcome our judges.
Hiya. Hello. Hiya. Hiya.
Do you have any special instructions for the tech and myself, or?
No special extraction. I'm just going to be extracting my espresso from the first group head and then milk from the second.
Awesome.
And I'm going to be serving them in that order.
Awesome. Cool. Stage is yours. Enjoy. When you're ready, say time.
Cool. Thank you. Are we all ready? Yes. And time. Hello, judges. Allow me to take you on a small trip to my grandma's garden, as this coffee reminds me of her strawberry crops. Every single time I grind it, I'm transported back to that hot summer days, just picking strawberries by her side. And every single time I taste it, it's like I'm taking small spoons of strawberry jam, just like the one she used to make. As special as those memories are to me, so is this coffee, a unique pink bourbon from the volcanic region of Colombia. The volcanic soil it grows on, as well as the high altitude, 14 to 1,500 meters above sea level, is giving us a high sweetness and a very pleasant acidity in our coffee today. After the cherries are carefully picked, they are exposed to a dry anaerobic fermentation for 48 hours at 23 degrees. To this process, wine yeast and strawberries are added, resulting in a very complex cup today, as well as a very pleasant aftertaste. Followed by a honey process, the coffee beans are dried on parabolic beds, giving us a very clean cup today. To further enhance your experience, we have roasted this coffee for a total time of 11 minutes to an end temperature of 210 degrees. And a development time of 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So we managed to create these beautiful notes you're going to taste in your cups today. Now, what you expect from the drink in front of you, it's simple. A juicy texture, a medium body, and a long-lasting finish, almost like a lime-like effervescent aftertaste. The notes for your espressos today are fresh raspberry, 65% dark chocolate, and blood orange. When you receive your espressos, I like you to firstly assess the crema. Stir 10 times to incorporate the flavors and cool down your espressos, as this is going to give you a better taste experience. And once you're done with your teaspoon, you can place it in the small glass in front of you. There we go. Enjoy. Thank you. The recipe we're using today throughout your both courses, it's 18 grams in and 30 grams out at a temperature of 93 degrees. Moving on to our milky course, we're going to be using a braid semi-skim milk, as I found this gives me the best flavor clarity. We're going to be adding 2 parts of milk to 1 part espresso at a temperature of 50 degrees. Thank you. For optimal sweetness and a harmonious balance. This will create notes of raw cashews or unroasted cashews, dried apricot, and sponge cake. Thank you. Thank you. Judges, I had a wonderful time walking down the memory lane with you today, as well as getting the chance to share this amazing coffee with you. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you. There you go. Enjoy. And that's my time.
Well done, Stefania. Do you want to come? Do you want to come around here for a chat? Oh, congratulations. How did that feel for you?
Good, good.
Yeah?
It's the first time doing it, so it was pretty great. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it looked like it went super smoothly.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Coffee sounded amazing. So, wine yeast was added to the fermentation.
Yeah, and strawberries
and
as well.
strawberries.
Yeah.
Amazing. That sounds incredible. How did you pick which coffee that you wanted to use?
To be honest, like we had a few coffees on the cupping table when we were choosing, and then as soon as they ground this one, I was like, I don't think I need to taste the other ones. You know, I'm gonna give it a try. But it smelled so good. It's literally just filled the room with strawberry. It smelled
Incredible, yeah. The tasting
and
notes
it
sounded
brought me back
amazing.
to where, because like my grandma used to have a garden, and she used to have like small strawberry crops, but there's like a really
Yeah.
small patch in the garden. It's just yeah.
Oh, I love
Took me
that.
back there.
I love when a smell like connects you to
Yeah.
a memory.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's incredible.
It's
though.
so powerful, isn't it? Cool. So tell me a little bit more about what you do at Gales.
I am an assistant manager at the moment. I used to be a head
Incredible.
barista.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And my number one question for you is, what is the best thing on the Gales menu?
The cinnamon bun.
Cinnamon bun.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll add that to my list. I just wanted to go for the first time yesterday.
No way.
And I loved it.
I've never been to Gales.
No, well, I'm not from the south.
Fair enough.
But I had a quiche and it was actually delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really delicious. But it was really hard to pick. Oh, sorry.
Thank you so
Let's
much.
say goodbye to the judges.
Thank you.
Got carried away talking about
Thank
pastry.
you. Yeah. Thank you.
Amazing. So first time competing.
Yes,
How
yeah.
did you prepare for today?
Well, it's been a few long months.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
In what, like two months?
Yeah,
3 even
yeah,
preparing?
2-3 months. Yeah. So I've actually done some volunteering last year. I was the calibration barista.
Oh,
So I
cool.
kind of got myself into
Yeah.
the mood and into the, knowing
So
the rules.
Nice way to get a glimpse into how everything works, isn't it? Yeah, because it can be
Absolutely.
quite intimidating, I think, turning up to one of these things if you never experienced it
And
before.
also, I think I'm lucky enough because at Gales internally we organize championships, which are the exactly same format.
Oh,
So
that's
it's good
great.
practice.
Yeah, that's really great. So you competed in them before then?
Yes, yeah.
Amazing. So who would you like to thank then for helping you today?
Lisa Laura. Thank you. Yeah, her, she's my coach, and obviously the whole team at Gales. Everyone did bits and bobs.
Amazing. I think is there 3 Gales competitors today?
Yes.
Wow,
Yeah.
big turnout. Amazing. And I loved the banner as well. The
I
banner
know,
was
right?
amazing.
That was a surprise.
Was it? Oh, so
I didn't
cute.
know.
Well done, Stefania. Should we give her one last
Thank
round
you.
of applause?
Thank you.
Congratulations. Cool. Yeah. Go relax. Have your mic taken off. Amazing. So just a quick reminder, if you still haven't signed in, if you have an Eventbrite ticket and you're a spectator, you just need to go to the Grumpy Mule stand. If you're a competitor, a coach, or anyone else, then you need to go through there and sign in on the tablet. And then I just want to give a shout out to Malconic. They are our grinder sponsor. So over here we've got the E80 Supreme, which is Supreme. And over there, the E65. So yeah, they've been providing the grinders for us, and Liam has been working really hard to make sure that they're all working smoothly today. He's around somewhere, so grab him if you want to talk about grinders. And I think that's it for now. We'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Hello and welcome to UKBC 2023. We've got a few minutes before our next competitor, but we just wanted to cover off a few bits of housekeeping because we've got a few new arrivals. Apologies to the people who have already heard this numerous times. But if you have arrived and have not checked in, if you've got your Eventbrite ticket, if you're a guest, then check in with the team at Grumpy Mule, grab a coffee and everything else. If you're a competitor or a coach, then you need to check in the Slayer showroom, which is the practice area, and there's an iPad in there, and you can sign in there. If you don't fall into either category of competitor coach or an Eventbrite registered guest, go on Eventbrite, register, and then check in. Toilets are just through this door here if you need them. There is water in that machine just behind this gentleman here. Need to, well, if you get a cup from Grumpy Mule and then get some water, or fill your bottles, because we're all eco-friendly and have used reusable things, bottles, that's the word I'm looking for, which brings me on to these wonderful reusable cups by Topple, which have been made into trophies for first, second, and third place for each of the heats. So it kind of says which heat you were and then which place you came. So that's really great. And remember, the winner of each heat gets a golden ticket. Now, the other little bit of housekeeping that we will just mention is when a competitor is competing and also when we're talking to them, please listen. And this venue is quite noisy. And so all those people that are talking in the back, shh. Almost, that was good. That was a little practice. When the competitor's not competing, it's cool, you can chat, you can do whatever, because it is so great to engage with people in the community. When we're talking to them after and during their performance, we ask that you just show a little bit of respect. They've prepared a presentation and spent a lot of time. So listen to it. You might learn something because they learned something on this journey, which is superb. You all good? Cool. I believe so. Oh, okay. A number plate. Somebody needs to move the car because they blocked the van in. So if you have MM21 WSE, looks like, a red Peugeot, can you move your car, please? Because you're blocking in a van that we need to get out. Cool. And if not, then you might find some Go Faster stripes on it as we try and get the van out. But MM21, we will check with the judges as well, just in case. Red Peugeot needs moving. Anyway, there we go. Cool. We are going to swiftly move on to our next competitor. Trathen? Is that all right?
Yeah,
cool.
You got it.
Pretty close. I was just double checking surnames. But there we go. Cool. Give a big London shout out for our next competitor in UKBC 2023, Josh Trathen from Extract Coffee. And let's bring on the judges.
Good to meet you. Thank you. Hiya. Thank you. Good to meet you. How are you doing? Hiya. Good to meet you. How are you?
Good, thank you. I'll be your head judge.
Fantastic.
Do you have any instructions or questions?
Just to kind of give you pointers, I guess. So the first beverage I serve will be the milk beverage, and it'll be poured on this group head here, and then the espressos followed into the middle there. Portafilters are left out. This is just the heightened aromatics in the espresso. That's basically it.
All right, just give us a clear start and end time.
Of course.
Good luck.
No worries. Thank you. Everyone ready? Cool. And this is my time. Welcome. Today I want to talk about collaboration. Collaboration not only on this particular farm, but as us as baristas, how we can elevate our customer service, bring a story to light that customers can take away and remember forever. Today, I want to bring that story to you, and hopefully I do that for you today. I'll be starting with my milk course. Please use as well the information cards just in front of you for reference. You're more than welcome to take them away as well. Thank you. So the coffee I'll be serving you today is from the region of Rwanda, from the Nemiseki district, and produced by Mariho Trading Co. This variety that I have is brand new to the region and is the highest grown that we are aware of its variety and kind. So the coffee itself is a washed varietal of the Nemiseki. And for the recipe for you today, I'm using 19 grams in, 34 grams out, in 28 seconds. Now the reason for this is to result in a fantastic fruit-forward milk beverage for you today. So whilst we're talking about milk, let me talk about how I've collaborated from the milk side. So I've taken a milk from my home in Cornwall in the southwest, from Trathen Dairy. Now, Trathen Dairy have always offered a unique ingredient to me, and this is because of the quality of the grazing in Cornwall. The climate in the southwest, those low-pressure storms, and fantastic rainfall add minerals and salts to the Cornish soil. And this, by default, will go into your milk beverage today. So please take note of these flavour notes. So we have raspberry ripple, Bakewell biscuit, and molasses sugars. Thank you. Enjoy. And this one's for you. Please enjoy. Thank you. Now I'll give you a couple of seconds to assess those, and I'll come back with your espresso course. Thank you. Thank you. Now for your espresso course, I'll be using exactly the same recipe that I did for your milk beverage. Just as a reminder, that was 19 grams in, 34 grams up. Now let's start off with a bit of roasting information. So this coffee was roasted in collaboration with myself and Tommy, our head roaster. And the coffee itself was roasted on Betty, which is a 30-kilo pro-back roaster.
back in 1955. It's from 1955, and we restored it, and it's now got a home in our HQ in Bristol. The roast time was 15 minutes, and the development percentage is 19.5, resulting in a fantastic caramelization of the beans. Thank you. This results in your texture being syrup-like. And you will experience a medium to high sweetness, a medium acidity, that's similar to Pinot Noir, and a low bitterness. And for your flavor descriptors, we have praline nut, a high quality 70% dark chocolate, and raspberry. I hope you enjoyed the espressos. Thank you so much for my time. And this has been a collaboration project from loads of different people in our supply chain. I hope I've done this story justice, and that has been my time. What's that? Oh, sorry, yeah.
Big round of applause for Josh there. And Josh, you can relax now. We'll just put you on this mark.
Sure.
Yeah. Just stand forward. There
The
we
big
go.
black line.
The big black line. How do you find that?
Yeah, good. It's my first time competing, so yeah, bundle of nerves, but yeah, really good fun. It's nice to be up on that side of the stage for once. It's good fun.
So you chose to serve your milk drink first. Of course, perfectly acceptable. You can, as long as you finish one course before moving on to next.
Exactly.
Why was that choice?
So I personally really loved after trying so many espressos back to back and milk beverages, I was always working out which combination would work best for service. So I actually found that following a milk beverage with an espresso kind of works better as a whole flavor experience than customer service, just to enjoy the coffee kind of as it should be. So yeah, that was a bit why.
No, perfect. And we had flavor descriptors of cherry bakewell and raspberry ripple, particularly in the milk drink, and then obviously raspberry in the espresso as well, which was sounds really good.
It's delicious.
But yeah, super tasty. See if I can swipe a quick little taste. So tell us about Betty. I almost thought you was going to say that your coffee was roasted in 1955.
Yeah, no, I almost did, and I was like, shit, no, don't say that.
But yeah, so 1955 Pro Bat. I mean, solid lump of cast iron.
Yeah. No, fantastic roaster, and it's a roaster that we're really proud of as well at Extract. We're releasing a coffee around that roaster in particular in March, which is all about all-women supply chain, which is pretty amazing. It's a fantastic story, and we've had that roaster since day one. So.
Perfect. I think the judges are just about ready to go. I think the sensory judges are definitely done. So.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So we'll let you say goodbye to those.
Thank you so much.
But no, thanks, and really great. Lots of information.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Cool.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate that.
Give it up one more time for Josh. Extract coffee. You can go and relax now. It's all good.
Thank you.
Cool. So we are rattling through our competitors, but none of this would be possible without our sponsors. And I'd really like to thank Britta and actually Gary, if you just give us a little wave, if you have a look at the back. Gary is a font of knowledge, and actually he is retiring from Britta. Let's have a bit more engagement with that. He will be missed. He's still got a few months left, 5 months left. So talk to him whilst you can. He is rapidly training and educating and passing on that knowledge. Britta had the unenviable task of trying to make the water as consistent as possible at every venue that we go to. And so they work hard. Also, ask him about the Britta IQ system, because that is an absolutely fantastic system that's really worth checking out. So thank you to Britta. Big round of applause one more time. We're going to be back in about 15, 20 minutes with our next competitor. So we see you then.
Okay, hello. Hello. All right, we're back. And is everyone ready for our next competitor? Everyone's nice and quiet. Sweet. So, representing a Chewed Coffee and Green Farm Coffee, we've got Ross McIntyre. And let's welcome our judges.
Oh, that's me again. Fantastic, thank you. Not too much for you to know. I'm just going to do espresso on left group, milk on espresso on left, milk on right. If the trays can remain in between courses, I just need the spoon pots and the cups removed by the runner. Yep. Okay, cool. So it's just in between courses, I just need the trays to remain, spoon pots and espresso cups to be removed.
Okay. So you want the tray, the cups, and the
Trays stay.
Oh, trays stay.
Yeah. Cool. That's everything. Can everybody hear me okay? Feel comfortable? You ready? Time. At the beginning of my journey in coffee, I found the numerical values attributed to variables in brewing an incredibly helpful learning tool. It was maths, a topic I loved at school, which I know is not the same for many people, but it helped me understand how to make great coffee. Today, maths is going to impact the drinks you're going to taste in 3 different ways that I'll run through with you. The first is geometry. When making high-quality espresso, I use WDT to create high extractions. However, with a standard needle tool, similar to this, I find the TDS of shots can still vary from one to another based on the kinetic energy built up in the long bendy needles and the inconsistencies in the human hand. With the tool I have here, each of the needles moves around the portafilter in a hypertrochoid shape. It's the same shape a spirograph makes, breaking up clumps and distributing coffee as it goes to create repeatable high extractions. This ultimately yields higher sweetness in the cup, and the interesting thing about this tool is as it's 3D printed, the amount and placement of needles you can use is endless. The limit does not exist. Now, onto our second form of mathematics, multiplication. When expressed as a ratio of 1 to 2.105, we can apply this to my dose of 19 grams of coffee and calculate I'll be making 40 grams of espresso. I'll do this at 93 degrees over 32 seconds to create an espresso with 21.5% extraction. This rate of extraction will yield in flavors of blackcurrant, sweet red grapes, elderflower, and apricot. This espresso has a medium body, a juicy mouthfeel, and a long, sweet finish. In terms of balance, you'll experience a high sweetness, a medium acidity that is complex, and a low bitterness. This espresso has a uniquely floral aroma. Now, the flavors in this roasted coffee exist thanks to a second type of ratio, the development time ratio of the roast profile. Together with the mirror to chewed coffee, we've settled on an 11.8% development time ratio, with a short 2-minute drying phase at the start of the roast. This allows for a lengthier Maillard reaction of 6 minutes, which highlights the sweetness of this coffee again, and increases clarity. And judges, when I serve your espressos, I would like you to first assess the crema, stir 3 times, place your spoons in the pots, assess the floral aroma, and then enjoy. Here we are. Here we are. Enjoy. Thank you. When deciding on a coffee to bring to you today, this one won ultimately not only for its incredible flavor, but because it satisfies my minor obsession that I have with mathematics. I discovered this when I learned just how this coffee was fermented. It's undergone 2 anaerobic fermentations, 2 extended washes, with a thermal shock, has undergone controlled drying, and all of these at set times, at specific temperatures, and in sterile environments. This processing makes this coffee that Diego Samuel Bermudez has produced in his farm El Paricio in Colombia one of the most unique castillos I have ever tasted. And it exhibits a fermentation style that not only enhances the traits of the terroir, but adds that incredible floral aroma. Now, onto our third and final form of maths, addition. When trying this coffee with milk, multiple times and with different styles, it always lacked the harmony of sweetness of milk and flavor of the espresso. So to fix this, we've added in a buffer. 10% of a honey-processed geisha from La Colombia Producer Group in Colombia has been added into a blend with 70% of Diego's coffee and 20% of an anaerobic natural cedra produced by Néstor Lasso. The synergy these 3 coffees have creates a new flavor note, thank you, non-existent in any of their parts. That is blueberry cheesecake. You'll also taste nougat and the grape flavor from Diego's coffee still comes through. Now, judges, I hope I've not resurfaced any traumatic memories you may have from maths class today, but instead translated to you just how important great tasting coffee and mathematics are. Enjoy. Enjoy. Time.
All right, big round of applause for Russ. Going to come round this way. Lovely. All right, well done. How did that feel
Thanks.
for you?
Good.
Good,
Yeah, it was a little bit ambitious this year, using 2 grinders, getting that all settled in the,
Yeah, you had a
the
lot
backstage
going on.
time, but
And the maths.
and the maths, yeah. That came a bit more natural to me, so I was comfortable with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I really liked that tying into everything. I mean, one of the main things, I never thought that I would be using a lot of the stuff that I learned in maths in school.
Yeah.
And then now
Exactly the same.
I actually do.
That's it, yeah. Every day.
No, I had a question I wanted to ask you straight away, and it was, yes, it's your second time competing.
It is,
And
yes.
I wanted to ask you, how has it been different the second time around?
So this time around, there's a little bit of an expectation. So I just need to blow my nose.
That's fine.
Based on how you've done last time.
Okay.
But actually, from doing it last time, I've had a lot more people come to me and say, we can help out. Do you want us to do this? Do you want us to do that? So it's become a lot more of a team effort. So Amir and the team at Chewed Coffee have sponsored me all the delicious coffees that come here today, along with Kata from Kata Export. Catalina sponsored me Nesta's Cedra. Yeah, it's been great. I've had plenty of time at work at Green Farm Coffee just to do a lot of practicing. So me and Amir have been there trying coffee many mornings, drinking tons and tons of espresso, make sure it's spot on.
Really helps to have that team behind you,
It does,
right?
yeah, and that's really what's happened this year that I didn't have last year.
Yeah, amazing. And so you developed the blend for your milk drink.
Yep.
Remind me what went into that.
So Diego's coffee was one we had chosen.
Yeah.
The geisha was one Amir had, and then the cedra from Néstor Lasso was one that Kata provided as well. And we tried Diego's because it didn't stick together, the flavors.
Okay.
We tried Diego's with both, and then one day Amir goes, I'm going to shoot myself in the foot here because I'm going to have to roast 3 coffees now. And we tried it, and it worked so much better than 2 parts instead of 3. I would never have thought today that I would be standing here having mixed together 3 of fantastic coffees in the world just to make my milk drink taste nicer. Especially as not a milk drink taster, I wouldn't have stuck those together and brewed a filter like us mad.
I liked blueberry cheesecake as a tasting note. That was like, I was straight away like, yeah, I know what that tastes like.
Yeah.
Amazing. Judges are done. That's the advice to judges.
Thanks very much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thanks very much. It's been great. Thank you.
Cool. So, yes, the WDD tool.
Yeah.
It was bright pink, which
bright
I loved.
Pink. Yep.
Who 3D printed that for you?
So my friend Stefan is one of the people that have bought a 3D printer for a project they've had at some point. And then when they're done, they have a 3D printer. And they're like, what do I do with this? So anybody, anything says to him, he's like, I could 3D print that.
Amazing. Did you get to see it happening?
Yeah.
Oh,
for a little bit. It takes.
Always wanted to see that.
It takes like 4 to 6 hours. It takes 4 for the main part, and then the other 2 parts are like an extra hour each. And the design for it just exists online for free.
Oh, sick.
You can just have that. It's been there since
really cool.
2018, I think. It's that beautiful corner of the internet where coffee lovers and 3D printers cross over, and that tool is there.
Yes, such a niche, isn't it? But I love that. And did you pick the colour as well? Because I noticed your napkins were pink as well, and your shirt is pink.
Yeah.
I like that colour coordination.
Yeah, a lot of that was coordinated. The tool was actually last minute. My friend Stefan, who printed it, his partner was like,
I've only got
he's performing on a Wednesday, so you've got to make it pink. And here we are.
Amazing.
Everything's pink today.
On Wednesdays we wear pink.
Yeah. That's it.
Incredible. All right. Well, let's give a last round of applause to Ross.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well done. You can go have your mic taken off and relax.
Nice
I don't know who's going to take it off for you, but someone. Cool. So we've got another sponsor to shout out, which is Ernex, who do all of our coffee cleaning supplies, and they also do the clipboards and the lovely aprons that you will have seen the judges wearing. So shout out to them. And also, can we just have a big round of applause to all our judges and volunteers who make this happen. Because it's a lot of work, it's a long day, and they have to drink a lot of coffee. Cool. Sweet, I think that's it for now. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes with our next competitor.
Hello and welcome back to UKBC 2023. Everybody's woken up at last, which is really good. We are ready to welcome our next wonderful competitor. We've already had some great competitors this morning, and we got more coming. We'll have a little chat on the other side, but for now, give it up for Nicole from the Gentlemen Baristas. We'll bring on the judges.
Hiya, nice to meet you. Hiya, nice to meet you. Hello, nice to meet you as well. Hi, nice to meet you as well. Thank you.
There's your technical judge over there. If there's anything that you want to say to her.
No, just letting you know that I'll be serving the espresso course first and then the milk course.
Yeah, okay. And have you talked to your runner? Is there anything in particular that you want to be done?
Yeah, so it's just 3 minutes 30 and then 6 minutes 30. So just 2 timekeepings and then that's it.
Lovely. So when you're ready, we're ready.
Cool. Time. Afternoon, judges. My name is Nicole, and it's an absolute pleasure to serve you today. Oftentimes, when we as baristas serve our coffees, it's a common occurrence to see our customers on the other side of the bar, the other side of the table, and the other side of our experience. But I truly beg to differ. You see, it's pretty straightforward to just grind the coffee, steam some milk, pour some latte art, and then serve. But the realization and understanding that customers such as yourselves today all individually help challenge me, my knowledge, and what I claim to know about coffee. So rather than seeing the relationship between customers and baristas as opposites, I prefer to see a union, a togetherness. So judges, just as I invite my customers to feel at ease, I encourage you to do the same and enjoy the next 6 minutes of my performance. For both courses, you'll be drinking a washed anaerobically fermented pink bourbon, produced by Nestor Lasso on his farm Finca El Diviso, grown in the region of Huila in Colombia. Now, this coffee undergoes a process where the cherries are fermented in 2 different stages. First, the perfectly ripe cherries go through a 32-hour fermentation in an anaerobic environment, which contributes to its fruity flavors and the complex acidities of this coffee. Following the first stage of fermentation, the cherries are then pulped and fermented for a further 80 hours at 40 degrees Celsius in order to intensify sweetness and to build more complexity. Finally, the seeds are washed in 70 degrees Celsius water to finish this fermentation. Now, this controlled fermentation process contributes to a greater flavor clarity and to the best coffee I have ever tasted. Our roast Alexandra at the Gentlemen's Baristas roasted this coffee for 10 minutes to a development stage of 20% in order to balance the cup and to maximize sweetness that this gorgeous pink bourbon cultivar has. Today, I'll be using the same espresso recipe for both courses, 18 grams in with a yield of 40 grams, as I found that this highlighted the wonderful, extraordinary acidity of this brought by the anaerobic fermentation. Judges, as I serve you the espresso, please evaluate the crema, but don't drink just yet. So, for tasting notes, please could you write down fresh cherries, pomegranates, apricots with a caramel finish, a medium weight, a smooth coating mouthfeel, and a sweet finish as well. Please, spoons just beside you, stir the espresso back and forth 5 times, and then pop that very same spoon into the pots just in front of you as well. And enjoy while I now prepare your milk course. Thank you. Let's now turn our attention onto the milk course, shall we? So, for milk, I've decided on the blend of 60% semi-skimmed and 40% whole milk in a 3-to-1 milk to espresso ratio, as I found that this gave me the best flavor clarity, synergy, and harmony, as well as giving a very creamy mouthfeel. I'll also be steaming the milk to 60 degrees Celsius in order to maximize sweetness within it and to give you judges the best drinking experience today. Now, in this union of espresso and milk, you will undergo a drinking transformation from the previous notes to now notes of white chocolate, light brown sugar, and marzipan. With a medium weight, a velvet-like texture, and a smooth, silky finish. Pardon me. Thank you. Judges, I just want to thank you very much for your time today. Please enjoy. And I hope this helps you realize the importance of union in our coffee community today. And this will be, pardon me, my time. Thank you very much.
Big round of applause there. Thank you very much. If you want to come on round here. How are you feeling?
I'm really glad it's done.
You look very calm there.
Yeah. We'll go
Enjoy
with
it?
that. Yeah, it's my first time competing.
Yeah.
So, super fun challenge, get the adrenaline going.
Well, this is the thing, and you've done it.
Yep.
The coffee sounds delicious, though. Anaerobic processed, Colombian, pink bourbon. Tell us a little bit more about the flavor characteristics.
It's honestly, so I've always been a sort of natural process sort of person. I've always favored it, but this coffee has once again proved to me that I don't know anything about coffee in terms of there's always something that's blowing my mind, and this was a washed coffee, and I have so many people have stereotypes about natural coffees being more punchy, fruity, etc. But this washed coffee, please have a sip if there's any left.
Yeah. Normally the judges pretty much rinse them, but it's. But that can be a good sign as well if they've finished it. So But anyway, so tell me a little bit about your role in the Gentlemen Baristas. Whereabouts do you work?
So currently I'm doing a little bit of everything, I'd say. So I'm a few days at Marble Arch as a head barista, but I'm also doing some days doing wholesale, so running around, seeing clients, saying hello, just seeing what coffee they like, and just getting to know each other the same way how I'd be getting to know customers, the judges, And yeah, it's like super great fun. Like every day is like a new challenge, a new adventure, and that's what coffee is all about, really.
No, absolutely, and I think that there's. We'll just let you say goodbye to the judges first.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It was really nice meeting you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
But yeah, the variety of different things that you can do within coffee is also, I think, really exciting, really good, and enjoyable.
Yeah.
I've been in coffee a few years now, and like I just love meeting the people and engaging with what we do. So, but thank you very much for your performance. Round of applause again, one more time. Cool. So we couldn't do this without our sponsors. And Trathen Dairies, our dairy milk sponsor, they provided milk for you to drink over there at Grumpy Mill.
Is someone going to take...
They're almost smiling, but there we go. But do go over and get a coffee from Grumpy Mill. Keep caffeinated. But also making milk available to competitors. And that's one of the things that we're very keen on doing in terms of accessing competition.
No, it's don't worry.
That going down to the stripped heats with 2 espressos, 2 milk drinks, keeping it simple is vitally important. But also, Grumpy Mule have made it available to people if you want coffee to contact them. And obviously, with Trathen Dairies providing milk, then the cost of entering can be reduced somewhat. But it's great this year with so many first-time competitors coming in. So super exciting. Do hang around. We will be back with more competitors in about 15 minutes. See you then.
Okay, hello. Hi. All right, guys. Thanks for waiting. We are ready for our next competitor. And next up, we have got Ian Kissick from Formative Coffee. All right, should we welcome on our judges? Good luck.
How you doing? Thank you. How are you? Hiya. How's it going? Hiya. Hi, Josh.
How are you?
I'm good. You?
Yeah.
Great.
Do you have any instructions or
Yeah,
questions?
so you're head judge, tech judge? Great. Great. So all the shots, well, all 2 espressos are pulled on the right-hand side. We have a small compartment that's just going to disappear later to catch any drips. There's quite a few cloths. This cloth is for this station. This is for drip tray. This is for under the machine, for cleaning any spills on the jugs. This is for milk wands, and that's for the general table. Okay, happy? It's going to be espressos first, then milk drinks. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, all ready? And time. Guess, sometimes we come across a coffee that's so good that it completely changes our perception of quality. I want to serve you one of those coffees today. It is a naturally processed geisha from the iconic Finca Hartmann, grown at 2,000 meters above sea level in Santa Clara, Panama. When I first tasted this coffee, it helped convince me to enter the coffee industry. Now, we're going to use it for both courses today. I'm going to get started with your espressos now. Thank you. Now, the Hartmann family are renowned for pushing the quality of coffee produced in Panama. And their expertise and attention to detail mean that they consistently have coffees which rank highly in the Best of Panama Awards. Now, this particular coffee, as I've mentioned, is a natural geisha grown at 2,000 meters above sea level. That natural process means we're going to get a lot of sweetness, a great tactile experience. The geisha varietal typically brings florality and fruitiness to the cup. In this case, that florality is going to come through in a tea. So, black Assam tea specifically. The fruitiness, meanwhile, is going to come through as nectarine and fresh grapefruit. Lastly, because this is grown at such high altitude, we have a slower maturation time, developing more complex sugars and more complexity, therefore, in the cup. Now today, for your espresso course and for your milk drink course, I'm using the same espresso recipe. We're using a 19-gram dose, a 40-gram yield, and a contact time of around 31 seconds. That's going to give us a cup with the following taste notes in espresso. We'll have that fresh grapefruit and nectarine. We'll also have that black Assam tea. And finally, 70% dark chocolate. For your tactile, the weight will be medium to low. The texture will be smooth with a slight, pleasant drying characteristic like a black tea. The finish will be medium to long. Now to stir this down and to incorporate the crema, please take one of your teaspoons, stir 6 times front to back, and deposit your used teaspoon in that little green glass in front of you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, judges, when I began considering this coffee for our drinks today, I chose to work with Alex at Standout Coffee in Stockholm to develop the roast profile. Our main considerations here were maintaining the vibrancy and acidity in the cup while also getting enough solubility so that when we pull this as an espresso, we get high levels of sweetness. Overall, this gives us a really structured and balanced taste experience. With that in mind, to achieve that high level of solubility and therefore sweetness, we chose a 204 degrees Celsius end temperature. And to ensure that we had that vibrancy and acidity in the cup, we decided on a 15% development time ratio. Now, as I've mentioned, I'm using the same recipe for espresso for both courses today. And I'm combining your single espressos here for the milk course with 60 grams, 60 grams of Estate Dairy's whole milk, which I'll be steaming to 60 degrees Celsius. Combined with the espresso, that's going to give us a drinking temperature of about 46 degrees Celsius once you've stirred to homogenize the milk drink. Now, I've mentioned that that milk is from Estate Dairy. Now, half of it is just straight from the bottle, whole milk from Estate Dairy. The other half has been freeze distilled to 30% of its original volume and blended with the whole milk. This combination gives us what I love in a milk drink. And that's something which does not mute the original flavors of the espresso, but instead transforms them. So, where we had that nectarine in the espresso course, that's been transformed here into white peach gelato. Our second flavor note, thank you. Our second flavor note for your milk course is stroopwafel, or caramel kind of waffle that I quite like, melting over my cup of tea. Now please take your second teaspoon, stir gently, the second one please sir, and stir gently 6 times front to back, and then deposit it in the same cup again. Thank you. Thank you. Time check, please. Thank you. Now, guests, it's been a pleasure to serve you such an iconic coffee which changed my life. Thank you. Time.
For Ian. Well done. Gonna come around all that way. Amazing. Right, let's stand here. All right. How did that feel for you?
It was all right. There's always a bit more adrenaline, shaky hands, but it was good fun.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And I really like your apron, by the way. I feel like we couldn't see that properly behind the machine.
This is Maya's choice. It's not.
Is it?
It's not in keeping with my general aesthetic, but.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Thank you.
Cool. So I have been waiting all day for someone to say grapefruit as a tasting note because I've got this grapefruit t-shirt.
There you go.
And when you said it, I was like,
well,
yes.
You're quite fortunate because the coffees were a little bit higher in acidity than we pulled them earlier in the week, so we just decided backstage that grapefruit was going to be on there.
Nectarine as well, another great citrus fruit.
It's a lovely coffee.
Yeah. Cool. So tell us a bit more about sourcing the coffee and the collaboration with what roastery was it again? Standout in Stockholm.
So, I mean, we've had a few coffees in mind for a little while, both Panamanian, both naturals.
Yeah.
Really, actually, we came across the fact that Standout were working with the natural gesture from Hartman, and that seemed like a nice synergy just to fit in. That was about 6 weeks ago, and just worked with them to achieve kind of the development that we wanted.
Amazing.
Get a lot of sweetness and something that's easy to pull on espresso.
Really cool to have that collaboration like across countries
as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We actually had a cupping with them in our shop a little while ago, so that's kind of nice to
it's really nice.
grow those relationships.
Yeah, I think it's really great when we can get like all sorts of people's input,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Awesome. And anyone you want to thank in particular?
Particularly Nick, my Haruka, who've been great help, and my wife, who's disappeared, who has put up with me the last few months.
She's like, oh, he's done it now, so I'm done.
Yeah.
Cool, should we say goodbye to our judges? Thanks, judges.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks, Josh. Cheers.
Cool. So there was one more thing that stood out to me, which was that you chose to freeze distill some but not all of your milk.
Yeah.
How did you come to that decision to do that blend?
I guess, I mean, in some freeze distilled milk, you can get a lot of saltiness. That's not something we found with this particular milk. But really, it was about, when you freeze distill too much, you have too much fat. You kind of lose a lot of the character of the original coffee. And we were really, in barista competitions about how you kind of take the espresso course and transform that into something else. So you want to have the original character of the coffee and just augment that with a bit more sweetness and creaminess. So we wanted something fattier, but not too fatty. So I tried a few different ratios.
And that
that's
street waffle tasting
Yeah.
note is what came out of that, right? That kind of like caramel,
absolutely.
just a hint of like a savory.
And the ice cream as well, like or gelato.
Yeah.
It's quite
I love street waffles.
textures.
It's so good.
Yeah, me too.
All right, should we give one
Thanks
last
very
round of
much.
applause to Ian? Well done, Ian.
Thank you.
If you go that way, someone will take off your mic for you, I think. Okay, sweet. So we've got a sponsor shout out to Kavoya. They are our green coffee sponsor. So if we can just give them a little round of applause. Nice. All right, and we will be back shortly with the next competitor. Thank you.
Hey, hey, and welcome back to UKBC 2023. How are we all doing? Marvelous. We are going to get underway very shortly with our next competitor. So do give a big London welcome. Representing Gales Bakery, Razvan! And let's bring on our judges. Judges?
I don't want to shake the hand. Yeah. I said yeah. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have any special instructions for me with that, Judge?
No, I'm going to pull both espresso at the same time. I'm going to extract espresso first and milk, of course, after.
Awesome.
But I'm going to grind both at the same time. So,
No worries. It's your stage. Enjoy.
Perfect. Lovely. Thank you so much. Right, everyone ready? Yeah, right. And time. Hello, judges. My name is Raz, and today I'm delighted to brew for you a coffee that intrigued me and my palate. The coffee that I'm about to share with you, it's a honey pink bourbon harvested by Jairo Arcilla at Finca Velarosa in Quindío, Colombia. Judges, I'm going to ask you to open the small jars in front of you and assess this aroma of this superb coffee to get you and your palate as excited as mine. This is a unique lot. It's grown on an altitude of 1,450 meters above sea level. The harvest benefits of cool temperatures and volcanic soils, which means that this coffee has an incredible taste balance. It is a hybrid of a red and a yellow bourbon, firstly discovered and grown in Colombia. Taste-wise, it has all the advantages of its bourbon parents, being delicate and sweet. The highlights of this coffee for me is the pleasant acidity, frequently found in East African coffees. In our case today, the note of a flesh of a red grapefruit. Pink bourbon has a higher glucose content, and that means not only a sweeter cup, but also a silkier body and a luscious mouthfeel. This coffee has been exposed to a dry anaerobic fermentation for 48 hours at 22 degrees with champagne yeast and strawberries to expand that flavor complexity. Then the coffee has been shadow dried in the parabolic drying beds till it gets to the ideal moisture content, resulting in a clean cup. We roast this coffee for 11 minutes to 210 degrees with a development time of 2.5 minutes to raise that sweetness. We took a strong approach on the first crack to maintain that juicy character while we provide enough body in our espresso and we preserve the clarity, judges. For our espresso today, I'm going to use 18 grams in to 34 out, as I found that that gives me the best tactile experience of a medium weight, syrupy texture, and a long-lasting finish that reminds me of that note of a flesh of a red grapefruit. And the notes that you're going to find today in our espresso are caramelized strawberries, 80% dark chocolate, and flesh of a red grapefruit. Judges, when I'm going to serve you the espressos, I'm going to ask you to stir 5 times to incorporate the flavors, and then leave the small spoon in the small shot glasses next to you. Enjoy. And enjoy. Now please excuse me as I'm going to start preparing my milk beverage. For our milk beverage, I'm going to use semi-skim milk from Braids. Why? Because they got a policy called freedom to choose. So that means they're herd composed of a Jersey and Holstein cows. They can be indoor or outdoor at will. They are also fed with small quantities of garlic and bitter orange peel. To reduce their methanogenic bacteria in their bellies by 30%. It also has a sweet spot of 1.8 butterfat and 3.6 protein, which give us judges to a great extent flavor clarity and pleasant tactile. The notes that we're going to find in our milk beverage are strawberry panna cotta, dried apricots, and butterscotch. Thank you. Judges, I hope you enjoyed the experience as much as I did. And this is my time.
Big round of applause for Razvan. Hi, you can come round this side now. Cool. How do you feel?
Good, excited, but at the same time, well-grounded.
Yeah?
Yeah.
First time competing?
First time competing, feels a bit surreal, but...
Yeah, but you've done it now. That's kind
Yes.
of all the... So tell us about your coffee again.
So the coffee that I use today, it's a honey pink bourbon, harvested by Jairo Arcilla in Quindío, Colombia. It's a hybrid of red and yellow bourbon. It's dry anaerobic fermentation processed with strawberries and champagne yeast.
Yeah.
And I choose this coffee over a selection of few good coffees, but as soon as I got it, I smelled the aroma of this coffee. I was like, this is like something that I never had before.
It's superb. And so you talked about the flavor in the espresso being caramelized strawberries as was one of the flavor notes, and then moving to strawberry panna cotta with that addition of milk. So the Braids Farm milk as well, kind of nice sweetness in there. Let's say goodbye to the judges.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so some nice sweetness in that Braids Farm milk, just adding to the complexity of the coffee as well.
Yes. So I choose to use semi-skilled for braids because they have this policy called freedom to choose, so that their cows, they can be indoor or outdoor at will. So it's, I don't know, I just like their milk, and it adds to the whole milk beverage. So yeah.
Well, awesome. It was, for your first time, was a very relaxed performance. You seemed very engaged there. So thank you very much. One more time.
Thank you.
Razvan, representing Gale's Bakery. You can relax now. That's all good. So, sponsors, we couldn't do this without the help of our sponsors.
Yeah, good.
I'd like to say thank you to our Tamper and Trophy sponsor, Clockwork Espresso. Round of applause. And also for all of our volunteers as well who do a fantastic job. Let's give them a round of applause. This really is a great community event in terms of how everybody just engages, gets together, the volunteers, the judges, giving up their time. You guys coming along to watch and support means a lot. And hopefully you're having a good time. Don't forget, still coffee from Grumpy Mule as well. So do get that. And we'll be back in about 15 minutes with our next competitor. See you soon.
Okay, we're back. We're back. Everyone ready? Okay, so can you join me in welcoming our next competitor? We've got the lovely Leyla Ducy.
Yeah.
Look, and let's welcome on our judges.
Hi. Thank you. Hi. Hi. Hi.
Yeah, Judge, do you have any questions or instructions? Okay, just give me a clear start and finish time. Good luck.
Thank you. Fine. Good afternoon, my name is Layla. I'm here today to make you an espresso and a mild beverage. So, you're gonna be tasting coffee coming from Myanmar, from Asia. It's not really well-known coffee for, a country for specialty coffee, but they're making their ways up. And the coffee that you will taste today is made by women. Being a woman myself, I'm really proud to work with this coffee on this competition. The tactile of the espresso you will have, it will be juicy. The flavor note will be blueberry, caramel, and yellow plum. So I'm gonna start to do the espresso for you. So this coffee, it's produced at 1,300 meters of altitude. So the recipe that I'm doing today for the espresso, it's 17.1 grams in for 36 grams out. In front of you, you have some jugs to put your dirty spoon. That's for you. Enjoy. I hope you enjoyed the first round. So as I said, I'm proud because there are women that are trying to make their way up. And I think in the industry, it's really hard as a woman to be in. And the fact that they are from the farm and they're picking the cherries, it's quite impressive because we all know that is a really hard job.
So the coffee calls the lady, and it's two women that they put together. They forced to make happen this wonderful product. So as a second drink, it's going to be my meal beverage. For this, I was looking to get kind of like a dessert drink. So something when you have after your meal and you don't really want a dessert, but you still want something sweet. As a flavor note, you're going to have raspberry ice cream and some caramel. So for my milk, I did 50 of freeze distilled milk and normal milk. I wanted to bring the sweetness of the freeze distilled milk, but I still want to keep the flavor note of the coffee. For you. This is for you. Enjoy. Time.
Oh my God, so much respect to you right now for coming here and just showing so much strength. Like, I know a lot of people don't even know that you've had a tough week on top of all of this, and you just went out there and you did it and you completed it, and you should be so proud of that. And I think we can all see how much that took. Honestly, I'm gonna start crying in a second, because that to me showed so much strength, and I am completely inspired by that as someone who also gets that intense bodily anxiety, and literally I'm feeling it with you. So
thank you.
Congratulations. Honestly, I think you should be so proud. And can I also just point out that Layla is wearing a purple jumper, and she has purple nail varnish on, and her cups are purple. I love it. It's perfect. Do you have anything you want to say, or do you just want to go backstage and flop onto a sofa?
Thank you for everyone who support me.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Yes. Love that. And yeah, just well done, honestly.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's say thanks to our judges.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, go relax. Okay. Oh, that was amazing. My heart is literally beating so fast. I think I really felt it. I think everyone here did. Like, when you guys gave her a round of applause at the start, when we could see that she was struggling, like, that's our industry, isn't it? That's us looking out for each other, and that's a really good thing to be a part of. So yeah, I'm gonna go sit down as well, and we'll see you in a bit with the next competitor.
All ready, I think. Oh, yeah.
Definitely already. Welcome back. I just wait for Alex to get into position. There we go. Cool. We have 3 competitors left to go this afternoon, I think. Sure, that's right. But without further ado, representing Forts Coffee, Will Pitts. Let's bring on the judges.
Hello. You right? Hi. Hello. Hello. Hi. Yeah, good, thank you. Not really. Should make sense, hopefully. Yeah, it's all good. Everyone ready? Okay. And time. 3 years ago, I got the keys to my very own cafe, Forts Cafe. Since then, I've been curating a guest espresso menu to perfectly highlight the constantly evolving world of specialty coffee. But Forts didn't just start 3 years ago. It's actually been a cafe since the 1950s. Today, I'm going to take you on a journey back in time, showing you all the different coffee styles that Forts has seen in the 70 years of being open. To start with, I'm going to start right here in 2023, where we're seeing so many amazing and creative new processes from producers all around the world. Some of the best coffees that I've seen are coming from Colombia. So today, I'm going to brew you an amazing Colombian espresso. It's from the Huila region of Colombia, and it's a Gesha varietal. I've noticed that some of the best extended fermentations and anaerobic processes are coming from here, and that's what this is. Once the coffee cherry is picked, it's placed in grain pro bags and fermented for 200 hours at 18 degrees Celsius. After this, it's naturally processed, placed on raised African beds until the ideal moisture content is achieved. As well as this amazing processing, the terroir is ideal for this coffee. At 1,500 meters above sea level, with incredibly rich and fertile volcanic soil, this leads to an amazingly ripe coffee cherry. Linked with this amazing and precise processing yields an amazing tropical acidity in the cup. To highlight this, Plot Coffee Roasters roasted the coffee to 1.5 minutes after first crack. And on my end, I'm brewing at 18.3 grams to 42 grams yield in 32 seconds. That's going to give us the amazing flavor notes of fresh passion fruit, red apple, and jasmine. We're going to find a medium to medium-high sweetness. We're going to find a medium to high acidity, which is malic and tartaric, and a medium to low bitterness. Imagine biting into fresh apple peel. The weight is medium. The texture is super juicy, like fruit juice. And the finish is long and sticky, but very, very clean. Please stir the espresso with a smaller teaspoon. I've served these in room temperature cups to really highlight the amazing tactile experience in this espresso. Please enjoy. Thank you. Judges, the year is 2005. The UK coffee scene is bristling with excitement over a brand new coffee that's just hit the UK. It's the infamous flat white, all the way from Australia. The customers at Fort's Cafe are ordering it more than any other drink. Today I'm going to serve you a mini flat white. At 55 degrees Celsius, as you'll receive this mini flat white, the Fort's customers were blown away, especially comparing it to their normal 75-degree extra hot lattes. This adds an amazing sweetness to the cup. With a ratio of 1 part espresso to 3 parts steamed milk, this adds an amazing balance with harmony between espresso and milk. Something that the customers at Fort's thought was incredible, especially compared to their normal 12-ounce single-shot cappuccinos. Those amazing fruit flavor notes that we found in the espresso are translated well in this drink. We're going to find the flavor notes of peaches and cream, white chocolate, and milk chocolate. And the milk I'm using is from a dairy very local to Fort's called Hinkston Dairy. It's 70% Holstein with a high protein content and 30% Guernsey cow. This adds an amazing fat to the milk. This combined, thank you. This combined brings an amazing microphone and also 1 centimeter of foam. Gives us an amazing tactile profile. Please stir the milk drink 5 times, almost like you're folding the crema and the foam in with the rest of the milk. This will lead to a better tactile experience and more balance. Please enjoy the mini flat white all the way from 2005. Thank you. Judges, it's been a pleasure showing off Fort's to you through all its years of making coffee. Thank you so much. Time.
Huge round of applause there for Will. Will, if you want to come on around here.
Come around.
It's not the first time that you've done this.
Still shaky.
I know, but your paws look good as well.
I think they look nice.
Yeah. So, really nice kind of store. Well, one Colombian wheeler, beautiful coffee.
Yeah.
But taking us back in time as well, and I really like that approach because you kind of forget sometimes where the journey that we've come. 2005 was also the same year that Starbucks opened their Reserve Roastery in Seattle as well.
Yeah.
So obviously looking at doing something different in terms of specialty there as well.
I think I was trying to show the sort of progression of specialty coffee as a whole, but in just like a cafe, you sort of see the ripple effect of that. I remember first trying a flat white and being blown away. Like, whoa.
Yeah, it's such a simple kind of concept, isn't it? It's like, I remember, we'll just say goodbye to the judges very quickly.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Cheers.
I remember one of my first trips out to the west coast of America, and actually when flat whites, it was actually, I think, 2005.
Wow.
So I'd gone out for the Reserve opening, then gone down to Portland, and was just talking about the flat white and like saying, oh, you know, can you make a drink like that? And they were just like, that's how we serve our cappuccinos.
Yeah.
It was like, but you know, so speciality was understanding that relationship of improving the milk to coffee, but we forget that, you know, it's relatively new in terms of coffee, in terms of what we've done. But yeah, so how did you go about picking the coffee for this?
Well, thanks, first of all, to Plot for sorting the coffee out. I think first I found the roaster I was happy with, which was Plot.
Yeah.
They've done coffee with me before and supplied us with coffee, and I just think their roast is always impeccable. That's Matt mostly, but they've got a great team. And I was just like, they know exactly the kind of coffee that I like. It's just like normally quite tropical, super fruity, but like needs to be sweet and not too bananas.
Yeah, you see, I remember your pina colada performance from Bristol a few years ago.
Yeah, 6 years ago, that.
Yeah, a long time ago. But yeah, there's, you know, like say, I think in coffee, when you get those tropical notes coming through, beautiful.
Yeah, that's what I love. I think they're difficult to brew at times, but they're a lot of fun. And it's just always what I go for.
Yeah.
And then they sent some samples, and I was just like, this one's an absolute banger. It's got a real identity, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there were some that were tasty, but they were more like Brewer's Cup coffees. They were like 10 flavour notes.
Yeah.
Whereas this is like passion fruit, like every time.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Well, I must say, I wish I could have tasted it. I think it's been cleared away. But
it's all clear.
But anyway, big round of applause for Will Pitts. You can go chill now. So a couple more competitors left to do, but we must give a big shout out and a thanks again to our kind of main pieces of equipment. It's gone off stage now. His grinder's been whisked away, but the Malkonig E80 Supreme. So a round of applause for Malkonig. Incredible grinder. The particle size distribution on it, if you want to geek out, is just beautiful, and it really opens up a lot of the coffees. And also brewed on the M200 from LaCimbali. So a round of applause for LaCimbali as well. The combination just allows that great flexibility for the competitors. The competitors also can specify their temperature on the espresso machine, along with working on that grind setting. So that's great. We're going to be back in about 15, 20 minutes. 2 more people to go. And then we will see how much the leaderboard has been disrupted by today. And just a reminder, a couple of heats, I accidentally slipped the words 16 in the final. It is 14 in the final. Just to be... The last few weeks I've got it mostly right, but but it is 14 going through. So that's why the leaderboard all shows 14. Golden ticket, remember, goes through. So the winner of this heat is guaranteed to go through to the semi-final. But yeah, so see you in about 15 minutes.
Okay. Ready? All right. So we've got our penultimate competitor now. So let's give it up for Ryohji Hope from Origin Coffee Roasters. And let's welcome our judges.
Full shots for milk and then espresso after.
Great.
But that's about it, really.
Great. Just give us a clear start and finish time.
Will do.
Good luck.
Thank you. Right. Time. Hi, judges. I'm Ryohji from Origin Coffee. And today, I'd like to focus on communication. More specifically, the way we communicate information and descriptors of our coffee to customers. Seeing a string of words for descriptors can be very confusing, and for this reason, miscommunication is a very common problem. And I'd like to tackle this today, so that I can communicate myself better to elevate your drinking experience of this beautiful coffee. We're going to start with our milk course, but while I get these ready, let me give you some information about the coffee you're drinking today. It's a wash-processed, local land-raised variety, produced by the locals of Uraga Washing Station. Situated in the Guji region of Ethiopia. This coffee was grown at an elevation of 1,925 meters above sea level. Now, judges, I have left information cards in front of you for you to reference in case you have missed anything. Now, I believe miscommunication occurs due to lack of references, so today I'm giving you just that, for all the descriptors or provide a form of reference. So as I prepare your milk course, I ask that you pay attention to these visual references. I'm using a recipe of 19.5 grams in to achieve 34 grams of espresso. This boosts the characteristics of the coffee through the milk I'm using today. And this is going to lead to your first flavor note, which is dried apricots. And secondly, I'm mixing this coffee with milk that is 1 part freeze distilled milk and 2 part regular full-fat milk. This enhances the sweetness of my coffee, giving you the second flavor note of Millionaire Shortbread. And finally, I'm heating this milk to a temperature of around 55 degrees. I found that this was the sweetest point for my milk, giving you your last descriptor, which is vanilla cheesecake. And to achieve all of this, I've combined my espresso with my milk at a ratio of 1:3. And judges, when I serve, I ask that you inspect the visual, but stir 10 times, using one of the teaspoons provided. Place the used teaspoons in the grey cups in front of you and enjoy. This is for you. Enjoy. And that is for you. Enjoy. Now I'll leave you to enjoy the milk course as I make a start on your espressos. Now, if we're ready, let's move on to our espressos. I'll be serving your espresso straight away, but I ask you to inspect the crema, stir 6 times using your other teaspoons, again, placing it in the grey cups in front of you, but don't drink it just yet and wait for my instructions. This is for you. And that is for you. Now, at Uraga washing station, the cherries are picked, and before depulping, they are soaked in a fermentation tank for a total of 48 hours. And this small but very important fermentation stage enhanced the fruit-forward characteristics of the coffee, and it has given you today a note of pomegranate. And secondly, this coffee was roasted to perfection by our head roaster, Amadeus. And he was with a starting temperature of 200 degrees, end temperature of 213 degrees, with a total roast time of 10 minutes and 20 seconds. He was able to achieve the great caramelization of the sugars, giving you the sweet note of peach iced tea. And finally, I'm brewing this espresso with a recipe of 18.5 grams in to achieve 37 grams of espresso. I was able to achieve clarity, bringing out those elegant characteristics of this coffee, and this has given you your last flavor note of Assam tea. But now that our palates are warmed up from the milk course, we're also going to focus on tactile notes. Now, finding a visual reference for a tactile note is very difficult. So today, I'm going to expand on the descriptors I'm giving you today. So, you're going to notice, sorry judges, light to medium body. I want you to imagine the viscosity and the weight of drinking skinny milk. With juicy texture, I want you to imagine the texture of orange juice without bits. And finally, you're going to notice a lingering floral finish. Now, judges, I hope by providing these references, I was able to enhance your understanding and experience of this incredible coffee. Enjoy your espressos. Time.
All right, round of applause for Ryohji. Around the side. All right, well done.
Thank you.
How did that feel for you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Happy
good.
with it?
I'm happy with it.
Yeah?
Yeah, like remembering flavor notes is always so hard, isn't it? So we had to change a few bits backstage.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good. I had fun.
Okay, amazing. Yeah, I mean, it seemed super smooth. I really, really like the idea of having the visual references and the way that you described the flavor notes for reference, I think is really interesting because there is something in that we all do perceive things slightly differently, don't we?
Yeah, definitely.
So that was really nice. What made you decide to do that?
Well, I think, I struggle with flavor notes myself. So like when I taste coffees, I'm like, what's everyone else tasting? And then people will be like, oh, I taste this, I taste this, I taste this. I'm like, how? But definitely with like customers, we always have those like words on the front that says like, hey, you're going to taste this and this and this.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily going to be able to fully appreciate that if it's just words. So,
yeah, for sure, for sure.
I wanted to kind of build on that.
I always think that we refer things to like what we're most used to eating, right? So for me, I always describe things as desserts.
Right.
So I'll be like, it's a trifle, or it's a black forest gatto, whatever.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, but why?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people understand that, or chocolate bars, or sweets, you know.
Definitely.
Yeah, for sure. So I thought that was really, really cool. And what else was I going to ask you about? See, this is why I've been writing notes.
This is what it's like when you're back there.
Yeah. Except you can't. You can't check. I wanted to ask about your decision to start with the milk course, because that's a little bit unusual. So I was wondering why you chose to do that.
Good question. I think milk course is definitely the most drunk coffee.
For
so
sure.
that's definitely one of the reasons. last year as well, I started a milk course,
Yeah.
like talking about accessibility. So I think it flowed from that. It felt right to start.
I like that, the idea of kind of like opening up with that.
Yeah,
And then going
exactly.
on to the more intense
Yeah.
espresso,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, definitely.
Cool. And you had a Ethiopian judges event. Sorry. Thanks, Rob. Let's say goodbye.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you very much.
I should start standing on
go
the
for
other
it.
side so I can see when the judges are leaving, because I just have no idea. So you chose an Ethiopian Guji. Tell us about why you chose that coffee.
Cupping table.
Yeah.
So our head of coffee, Frida, she was like, okay, here are the coffees.
And it
see which
spoke
one
to
you
you.
like. We blind tasted
Yeah.
them, and I was like, oh, this one's great.
Nice.
Yeah, and
Love
you're going to
that.
be able to enjoy the coffee you're brewing because you have to taste so much of it
So many
as
times.
you're practicing.
Yeah.
So it's,
Can't be getting bored of it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, yeah.
Amazing. I mean, it sounded incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it was great.
Awesome. Cool. Anyone in particular who you'd like to thank?
Well, definitely the Origin team, so they're over there. But Frida, she's obviously sourced the coffees. She was actually sorting the coffee beans for me for the past couple of days. So, and Louis as well. He was also part of sorting. But Layla, obviously the fellow competitor. Yeah.
Great. Well, amazing. All right, let's give one last round of applause for Ryohji. Go relax. Yeah, that way. Cool. All right. So we've just got our last competitor coming up after this, and then we'll have a short break, and then we'll have scores. So in the meantime, if you need a little bit of a pick-me-up, Grumpy Mule is still serving coffee in the back there. It's delicious. They've got a really nice Colombian on. So relax a bit, and we'll be back in 15, 20 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, Alex. Sorry. We're just double checking, triple checking scores. So, however, I won't keep you much longer. But Luana from Gail's Bakery. Cool. So let's bring on the judges for the last time today. Big round of applause for the judges.
Hello. Hello. I'm all right. Thank
Do you have any special preference for me or your techniques?
I'll be grinding my my two shots at the same time. I'm going to leave one just waiting there for the milk, of course. Yeah?
We can enjoy. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Oh, let's do this. And time. Hello, judges. My name is Luana, and I'm a barista at Gail's Bakery. I'm from Brazil, the largest coffee-producing country in the world, and from where you can get some really amazing coffees. However, it wasn't until I got to the UK that I was introduced to specialty coffee, and was amazed by how extraordinary a cup of coffee can be. This geisha is an example of that. It comes from Finca Castellón in Colombia, owned by third-generation coffee producer Jairo Arcila, whose dedication and commitment to quality really reflects in this lot, which achieved over 90 cupping points. This farm sits at 1,500 meters above sea level in rich volcanic soil. This high altitude really benefits Arabica species, as with the more prominent differences between day and night temperatures, coffee cherries ripen at a much slower pace, building up complexity and sweetness, and you'll be able to experience that today. As for the volcanic soil, it provides essential micronutrients and minerals to the coffee beans, which will affect body and acidity, which reflects on the medium weight of your espressos today. Jairo is also pioneering experimental processing methods, and this lot went through a 40-hour anaerobic fermentation, which allowed the beans to really absorb more of the sugars and acids from the surrounding cherry, leading to a sweeter cup and complex flavor profile. When we got to roasting, we chose a more slow and gentle approach to really highlight the natural characteristics of this bean. And we achieved an even medium development and improved texture. I'll be using 18 grams in to 40 grams out for your espresso courses, and 18 grams in to 35 grams out for your milk course, as I believe to have achieved the best balance and clarity of flavors with this ratio. First, I'll be serving you espressos. The weight is medium, with a silky mouthfeel and a lasting finish of kirsch. The flavor notes are morello cherries, halfway through, 75% dark chocolate, and kirsch, which is a black cherry liqueur. Stir a few times just to incorporate the flavors. This is a small cup for your used spoons. Enjoy.
Now, for your milk course, I chose to use 1.8 fat unhomogenized milk from Braid's Farm, which is a mix of Holstein and Jersey cows for the ideal balance of butter fat and protein for a sweeter cup with improved tactile experience. The flavor notes are oat biscuit, golden raisin, and 65% dark chocolate. Judges, I'm delighted that now, as a barista, and I can offer my guests the same kind of experience I had, so they, like I, can discover how extraordinary a cup of coffee can taste. Stop shaking.
1 minute to go.
Please enjoy. It was a pleasure serving you today. Thank you very much. Time.
Wow, what a lot of support you've got there, Luana.
Yes.
How do you find that? I'll just bring you into here. First time competing?
Yes.
But it's easy with all this support, yeah?
It is. It makes a lot of a difference.
So let's
Yes.
give all the supporters a big round of applause. Give yourself a big round of applause.
Thank you. That was a big teamwork.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about your espresso. It sounded really good. Notes of black cherry liqueur or Kirsch.
Yeah, Kirsch, yes.
So,
The boozy of the anaerobic fermentation.
Would you say goodbye to the judges?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep, sorry, you were saying.
What
Kirsch,
was I saying?
black cherry liqueur, and
Yes.
so...
Morella cherries, chocolate.
Yeah.
Some in there. Nice
And
and
then as we add the milk, the flavors mutate into...
Oat cookies.
Yeah.
Golden raisin, and a bit less dark chocolate, 65%.
Yeah.
It's really good.
But it sounds really delicious. So just tell us a little bit about your life in Gales. What do you do for them?
Ooh, yeah. I've been everywhere in Gales. So, yeah, I've been with them almost 7 years now.
Yeah.
Started as team leader, bakery manager, and then a side route there for coffee, and I think that's what I really like to do.
And so they've kind of taught you into doing this, and
and I was hooked.
So, question: what is your favorite pastry from Gales?
Ooh, I want to choose something different than cinnamon buns, but that's really hard to beat.
Well, look, if that's the best thing, I must say I have had a Gale cinnamon bun, and they are super delicious.
Top-notch,
so, but I mean, the good thing is, compared to working in Gales, if you use the machine, you have to clean it. Here, they're going to clean it for you, which is awesome. So, big round of applause for Luana. Cool. You can go and relax now.
Yes, please.
Cool. Okay, so that's it for competitors. we've got a lot of score checking to do, and obviously just scoring the Luana's routine. Anybody who's new and doesn't know what happens, basically, well, this is the last heat as well. So we are going to get all the scores together. We will then announce the results from today, and then we'll integrate it into everything. Or whatever. No, are we going to do everything? Anyway, but we'll show the scores anyway. Once we've done the scores, we figured out the top 14 that are going to go through to semi-finals, then you'll get an opportunity to have a look at your score sheets and debrief with the judges. We do need to keep the score sheets, okay, just so we've got that record. But you are allowed to photograph them. So, like, there's nothing secret on there that we're hiding. There for you to look through, take photos if you want, and then have a debrief with your judge, but then hand your score sheets back. So that's how it's going to work once we've got everything together. But it's going to be, what time are we on now? 5 to 5, cool. So we will be as quick as we can, and I will update you with timings as soon as I know. But at least 5:30. Okay, at least 5:30, I would say. But apart from that, cool. I will say a big thank you to all of the backroom team and the committee. So the SCA UK committee, we've got Alex, who's been doing a fabulous job of graphics. Camilla, who is our community coordinator, who's been working hard as well. Gratz, who's had to disappear. Keep the applause going. I'll go through them very quickly. Jonathan, who does the finance. Gratz, I've said. Me. And Antonia, who has been keeping everything on track with Gratz as well. So we couldn't do it without the committee. We all give our time to do this. And one last person, Helena, for being a fabulous co-MC. Helena works for Cartwheel Coffee, and she has been doing a great job, and we're hoping that she's going to be back for the semi-finals and finals as well. I think we can talk her into it. So see you in about half an hour or so. Just a quick announcement, because we're probably about 5 or so minutes away, which is really good. There is still some competitor stuff in the practice area, so if it's yours, take it out, clear it out, or move. Awesome. change glasses. Helps.
Change glasses.
Yeah. Yeah. No. It's, so these do. These are just for computer. So my distance gets really weird in them. So. Okay, so we are just about ready. I'm just going to do a little light switch. There we go. Oh, cool. This is exciting because it is the last heat. It has been, I'm sure that everybody involved in multiple heats will appreciate this. It's been quite brutal. Okay, 5 heats, but it's been worth it. So please, because we've had a great set of judges, give a round of applause to all the judges who've been involved. Their job is really difficult because they're here to reward the coffee that they taste, and obviously, occasionally they, have to reward some people higher than others, and that is difficult to do. So, really appreciate that. Can we also give a big shout out to Steve from LaCimbali? Steve has the unenviable task of being in charge of the logistics. LaCimbali is a company that supported and sponsored the logistics, which meant that the van, actually it's gone now, but loading, unloading, and the team from LaCimbali as well, give them a round of applause. But the responsibility has landed firmly on Steve's shoulders, so he's done a sterling job in terms of making sure that everything is set up in a timely manner. Can we please give a big round of applause to Liam from Malconig and the and the team from Malconig in general, making sure that the grinders are clean, prepped, any mechanical issues, etc. Just sorting that out. Just, a little bean gets stuck, he's the man to sort it out. So, both people sort it out. Britta, give them a round of applause. There are differences all around the country, as we all know, and the water map is there to remind us. But also trying to make it as consistent as possible is no enviable task. The team from Grumpy Mule, who served us coffee and kept us caffeinated. And then continuously, round of applause for the remainder of our sponsors. Oatly, our alternative milk sponsors. Clockwork Espresso, Trathen Dairy, Ernex, Kavoya, and also, last but not least, Topple Cups, which Elena is going to show. There we go. So Topple have given us the reusable cups. They're a reusable cup trophy sponsor for all of the heats, and we've kind of made a big thing of the heat winners, and that's kind of highlighted that, because we really wanted to showcase that and make a little bit to do with that. So we are going to announce our top 3 from London. So I am going to Elena do number 3.
Okay, right. Yes, definitely. Okay. Sorry, I just wasn't sure which way around it was. No? Yeah? Okay, right. Should we have a little... Yep. Okay, we're ready. Little drum roll. In third place, we've got Will Pitts. Where is he? Woo! Congrats, man. You want to say anything?
Thank you.
Nice one. Like that. All right, second
Okay, so we
place.
got second. So you know when you know.
I know, I've forgotten again straight away.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
So second place representing Formative Coffee, Ian Kissick.
Woo!
Everybody's just like, get on with it, okay?
Yeah.
So.
Oh, thanks for letting me announce first place. Okay, so in first place. Come on, yeah, here we go. It's Ryohji Hope. Woo! Congratulations! Money. Well done, man. You got an amazing score as well. Yeah. Like, you don't know what your score is yet, but I do. It's really good.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you so much to everyone who was part of the journey. Thank you. Still going.
Okay, so what we'd like to do now is if all of our competitors from today could come up here, because we want to give all of you a big round of applause before we announce where your ranking is. But all of our competitors, come on. Because, you know, you've all had a go. You have all competed.
Is that everyone?
And without you, one, we won't have a competition, but also you are helping shape the future of specialty coffee in the UK. And that is huge. And that is what competition does. And so you're part of that journey. So give them all a big round of applause. You probably all want to turn around and look at the screen now. So here is the ranking from today. So big round of applause. The ranking from today is over the right-hand side. Sorry, there we go. Okay, so we'll just let people take in. So that is the ranking of all of the heats. We can see the golden tickets. And so this year is the first year that we've done the guaranteeing the winner of each heat will go through. So we weren't sure how this was going to pan out when we started the journey. Everybody is going to be starting to work out. So let's see who the top 14 is. That is our top 14. Ooh. So there's probably some silence because we can see that Zoe has guaranteed her place, but is a point lower. So the golden ticket, in this case, has got her through. So these are our 14 semi-finalists. Big round of applause. And for all of those inquisitive particularly in terms of what we have done as per the rules. So in the example of Stefania and Razvan, is the espresso, the higher espresso score places them higher. So even though they've got the same score, this is the actual ranking based on espresso score, with the exception of Zoe. Zoe, if you are watching the live stream, because you've got a golden ticket, you are going through to semi-finals. And this is part of what we wanted in terms of encouraging new talent, new abilities. We've seen a huge raft of first-time competitors that bring energy into the specialty coffee scene in the UK. We have, I mean, just look at all of those names of competitors up there. The amount of competitors has been phenomenal, and this has been a huge, huge, successful season so far, and we look forward to seeing what everybody brings with the signature drinks at semi-finals. Round of applause one more time for all of the competitors. Okay, for all of the people here, we are going to pretty much end the live stream now. But for the people here, we have all the score sheets here. Come and grab your score sheets, grab judges, but then hand your score sheets back to me before you go. Don't take them away, or hand them back to the judge that you're talking to, and then they'll hand them back to me. Cool.
Bye.